Hey guys, welcome back to Expedition 33. What the hell is this thing? Giant freaking golden sword.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Minoko.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
I think he went a little too far there. What the hell are you crying about?
Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumiere, right? Right. Okay, Minoko. Stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
I'm still crying. We'll be fine. Wait, so the party's separated then? Hold on. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Huh. I mean, the other party doesn't have a healer. That kind of, scares me, but we'll see how that goes.
Friends, I beg your forgiveness for landing us in this quagmire.
It's okay, Minoko. Let's move on, shall we?
New enemies, okay. This will be interesting. So is that... okay, so that's the right way. Let's go this way first. Okay, now they're way too fast.
Do me in.
Try that. See what that does. Oh, yeah, it's right. It's not paying attention.
Your turn to shine.
Okay, I only dodged the first one.
Careful now.
Okay, I didn't dodge the third one.
Well, well.
They're weak to dark. Oh, really? Okay. Guess that'll do.
A storm is coming.
Well, I could use Crippling Tsunami right now if I want to. Interesting. They're weak to fire. Oh, what? Oh, that was a... bro, I was not expecting that. Okay. Let's try this.
I see you now. Ready to evade.
Okay, I waited a
The elements dance.
bit too... I didn't wait enough, actually. Let's do this.
A brilliant light.
cue, my dear.
There we go. I guess we could just finish them off now, right? Let's use Harvest actually, just to heal.
There is a violence, yes.
So now we got the thing that he needs for his new mask. Or new foot, I guess. Empowering tint? That is actually good to have. Oh, we can't actually use that right now. That's fine. Longer shell, breaker. Definitely take breaker. Everyone needs breaker. Oh yeah, I haven't actually equipped these yet. 25%. Don't really need first strike. Just take a healing counter. Critical burn is not that useful actually. Let's take that.
Wow.
New sorrow. Level 10, okay. Let's see here. 640 damage? Wow. So night element parries increase the bestial wheel by 1. Taking damage resets the bestial wheel. Okay. Upgraded skills deal 30% more damage. Wait, upgraded skills? Wait, what? You can upgrade skills in this game? Like, I'm assuming they don't mean, like, getting new skills, right? Like, they actually mean upgrading them, which I don't think we've unlocked that yet. That's interesting. Okay. Is there anything else here? I think that's pretty much it. Should jump down. I'm gonna heal up first. We might as well, like, really.
Feel the storm.
Yeah, one of you's weak for that.
Lean in.
Sweet taste of battle.
That didn't kill him yet. Okay, so we have Chevalier Piercing. Single target physical damage that pierces shields. Interesting. Don't really need that right now though. Okay, you're done. Not expecting that, okay. Easy enough. That took I'm guessing that's for Mael. Pretty sure. And none of you can use that, so it's gotta be for her. Yeah, it is.
How exactly did our piece of Lumiere end up on an island when the rest of the city is here?
One of the great mysteries. I wish we had more time. There's so much to study here.
I'm gonna guess it's the wrong way it is. Okay.
Interesting. Feel the storm.
Some good damage. Use this.
I see you.
If I do this, is it just one person? I wish he had a freaking a group attack. That'd be nice.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
Take cover.
Damn it, I get too impatient for the last one.
The sweet taste of battle.
Oh, it heals everyone. Okay. I didn't read that. You know, he should be in the other party because we have 2 healers on this team. But unbalanced. Oh, that didn't kill you, really? Okay, that's...
Till the end. I see you.
Your turn to dance.
Ready to obey.
It likes you.
Look out.
Okay.
Invigorating.
That guy's a bit more difficult, but I can do it.
I'm ready.
No?
Let's keep going.
Easy. We learned energizing fury, that's pretty good. How much does that cost? 15? Oh, okay, we're not gonna be able to get that. That is not happening. Okay. It's this way, I think.
So, Monoko, what was life like before the fracture?
The world was smaller and cozier, livelier. There were many more of us Gestrels back then. The fracture tore our villages apart. Only a fraction of a fraction survived. Our forests are filled with Gestrels awaiting rebirth.
There's something up here? There is, okay. they're slow when I apply rush. I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, they didn't really make much of a difference.
Beat.
Oh my god, okay. There we go.
I'll do it.
That was too early.
A bit of violence, yes.
Let the ink flow.
Does so much damage, man. God damn. It's crazy. Interesting death, enfeebling mark. Okay.
An advantage.
Is this a boss battle? I'm assuming it's not a boss battle. Right? I have nothing but time, I suppose, to sit and think. Are you a spirit trapped in the Gomaj? These days, I'm just a man who sits and thinks. When she was young, she gets sad thinking about mortality. When I asked her about her sadness, her answer surprised me. Are you talking about the Paintress? She paints, yeah. She wasn't scared of death itself. She was sad because there are more works of art that she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables from around the world that she'd never be able to collect, to bring to life in her workshop. All the beauty in the world she never got to experience. That saddened her. Encouraged them to believe that their dreams are within their grasp. She proved me a liar. She did love to challenge me. Of all of them, she and I are the most like. All of them? It's important for them the ones we love, to keep them alive in our minds when they are far away, far, far away. Are you originally from Old Lumiere? I paint them, so I can remember them, remember their faces. The man's gone second. Okay, so that indicates to me that there's like multiple paintresses or painters, I guess. I don't know. That's what I got from that. What's down here? Oh, I can't jump down. Hold on. Was that actually the right way? Hold on. I've actually been here. I got here. Yeah, this is new.
Doesn't that look like one of Esquier's stones?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Let's bring him a gift. I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the Paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Oh yeah, he definitely is.
Minoko, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
You mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
They're dead. That's what happened to them.
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
Looks like a freaking giant.
They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so.
Well, I could read that then.
They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is... Is this true?
What?
Mael's with him.
What?
We need to go. Now!
What does this say?
Never harm her.
What? Please tell me what it says. Come on now.
Can you stand? Minoko gets a bit carried away sometimes.
My back hurts, but I'm fine.
Good. The others are probably heading towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Right. We got no healers
Feels
though.
like home.
That'll be a problem.
Yeah. Feels like home. You okay?
Minoko fits well in the disaster expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
Speaking of home, where do you live in Lumiere?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie. I ate there every morning. I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit.
When this is... I think you're forgetting something. Once the Paintress is dead, Verso also dies. You do realize that, right? I think she's forgotten that. The only reason he's still alive is because of the Paintress. Okay, so double grad chain generation while defensive stance. If stance does base attacks, which is defensive stance. I actually kind of like that. Okay. Wait, you got a new outfit? Oh, that's just okay. Let's upgrade your attributes. That's 16. Okay. Sorry, dude. What am I hearing right now? Is it this thing? I think it's this thing. think these guys are a bit different. Maybe that's just me, I don't know.
That's common path. Here we go.
On me.
Okay, no, it's the same thing.
Guard up.
Yeah.
No time to lose.
Guard up.
Oh my god. Now you're... Oh, that wasn't enough, okay.
No dodge.
Okay, I messed up.
Let's spill some ink.
I never said there was treasure.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Great.
What's down here? Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's what the old key was for. Okay. Interesting.
Melanie, 5th of February. The Brigadiers are overdue from their mission to the Monolith, and we've lost half our remaining fighting strength to these creatures and their relentless assault. All adults have taken up arms, but I'm a bookkeeper. What am I supposed to do? Count them before they slaughter us? We've hidden the children. At least they're warm and dry in the cellars, but rations are running low. Things are calmer now at the hospital, but that's because most die before we can get to them. I guess I'm living out of pure stubbornness at this point. Survival isn't really survival anymore. Everyone's so quiet lately. Afraid we'll draw attention. Sometimes I talk to myself just to hear another human voice. Trevor, you promised I could die before you. You promised.
That's depressing. What's down here? Oh, just to go up. Oh, come on now.
Great.
Oh, I can't go over there, really? Fight this guy first.
Here we go. Yep. Not impressed.
There we go. Oh my god.
No time to lose.
Okay. My sword is dead.
You're done.
Okay.
Combo attack. What is that? Cost 10. Base attack has 1 extra hit. It's interesting. It's just 10 is a lot, man. For just an extra attack for a base attack. It's like you barely do base attacks anyway, so I don't know. He could keep that for now, I guess. Should probably take Breaker as well. It's pretty good. Did I hit that? I'm not even sure if I hit that or not. No, I didn't.
Let's dance.
That guy's very annoying with his attacks.
Finesse and grace. Their defenses are down. Parry it!
There we go. I was close that time at least. Let's wait to save here. Okay, that was too late.
Let's spill some ink. My sword is death.
That was still too early, really?
I can do it. From fire.
I don't know what the timing is for that. It's kind of off.
We're a pretty good team.
Oh, we had to fight that. Interesting.
Versa?
Where'd he go? What?
Versa? Putain. Where did he go?
How's he doing?
So, where did you go? I need to find Lune and Ciel, quickly.
Really? Okay. I don't know if I trust that though. Wait, is there something here? It's like... Why's my game buzzing? What's going on over here? Oh, okay. I was like, super confused.
Nice.
We have to fight someone? I'm gonna have to heal. Let's do it.
Their defenses are down. Ready to parry.
Bro, I didn't think he was gonna start with that attack. I was not expecting that at all. And like the annoying thing is I'm pretty sure I hit it at the right time, but if you dodge first, I think it fails. Something like that. Okay, let's try again. this time you get that. Okay. Twice in a row. You are the worst. We're doing that.
My sword is death.
There we go. You didn't die from that, which is interesting.
My sword is death.
We managed, just barely.
Their defenses are down.
Oh, come on, I dodged that. The annoying thing is I don't know what attack he's doing, because it's not like it's different, you know, it doesn't give you an indicator. You have to be on guard for that, so it's just kind of awkward. Why does it spawn me all the way back here, man? That's very annoying. What's over here? I didn't even see all the enemies. Okay, we are done. We are not surviving this.
Let's dance. Ready to parry. Ready to parry. Blades sharp. Bliss and precision. Let's dance. Okay. Sword is death.
I don't know how I just did that. I don't think I'd be able to do that again.
Great.
Apply rush for 3 turns when battle start. Oh, that is interesting. Okay. What do you have? I think you can learn breaker, right? So just take that off. Or, yeah, okay. Oh, you can't learn like that. Okay, that's fine. You'll learn it eventually. Oh, it's because... Oh. Yeah, it's because you have that. You don't really need that. Need 10. Can I get 10? We'll get augmented counter later. It's fine. We can sacrifice that. My god, there's so many freaking enemies, bro. Let's heal first.
That's better.
That's so much damage. It's like if you can land those gradients, it's like it does so much damage, man. Like you don't even have to do anything at that point. Did I? What is this path? Oh, I can't even go over there. Okay. Oh my god. Can I ignore those guys? I'm wondering if I could just ignore them. Probably can't.
Great.
Oh, hold on. I think I can actually. But do I want to? I think I will. I think I'll let go of this time. That should be fine. Don't follow me.
Think I'm close.
Okay, something's about to happen here.
This manor's intact. Why does it feel so familiar? I
Bro,
know this place.
isn't that the same manor you were in before? I bet you it is. Like everything's disconnected. You're gonna need your stats for this one, I can already tell. So, that should be good. That should be good. How many skills? I don't think you do. You have 4. Virtuoso Strike? Wait, when did you learn that? What? Oh, that's for the gradient attack. Okay, I was like, what the hell is that? Deals medium damage to all enemies. I kind of want to get that. That'd be pretty nice. Fight vials by taking damage from the place. It's not bulky enough for that yet. Medium single fire damage. I want to get this because it's a freaking AoE attack and she doesn't have that yet, so I'm gonna save up for that. So I think the game is bugged. I think it's assuming that I still have Verso in my part, but I don't, so that's actually kind of funny. Yep, there he is. that guy again. Wait, no, wait. This is different.
I knew you'd open the door for her.
What the hell is... Oh, it's him.
Really, Verso? This was your plan? How many times must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Don't think he's strong enough yet. He's like the final boss.
You haven't told her the truth. Have you, son?
Son? Really? Well, they made it.
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Huh.
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Okay, here we go. Round 2. Let's do this, boys. I don't think I'm ready, but alright.
You forced us.
I don't know how I can do that. I don't know what he's weak to. I barely did anything. What is he weak to, man? I have no idea.
Feel the burn.
Now we can fire.
She won't help you this time.
I don't know how I'm dodging. I think the game's actually forgiving. For the first time. Like, literally.
I'm not angry, just disappointed.
You're outmatched.
Huh?
Here we go.
I'm barely tickling this man. You gotta be kidding me.
Take cover.
Tearing this family apart.
Bro, I don't know when that was gonna hit, bro. It was taking a century.
I can do it. Shields up.
I'm ready.
Should be fighting by my side.
As storm is coming.
Okay.
Okay.
Finesse and grace. Their defenses are down.
A storm is coming.
Can't use it much. You're slow now. Okay.
Sword is down. Okay.
I don't know how that's happening, bro. I don't even know how. Good damage.
Let's go the path.
That's bad. Oh, damn it.
A storm is coming.
Forgot that's actually okay. If he's gone, I don't know what that means.
I'm ready.
Here we go. What the hell? What is what? Okay. I know what this means. Can I shoot at them? I don't. No, I don't do anything. An extra attack? I swear it was.
Don't die.
Chroma is flowing.
Here we go.
Almost gone.
Brace yourself.
Come on.
Danger!
So it heals them. Oh wow, that is stupid. Okay. I can't even take them down in time though. What do you want me to do there?
Watch out.
What? That was a different attack. Okay, this guy is... Wow. Okay, he's next level. Alright. He's not gonna make this easy for us. I wish I could, like, you know, set up my party for this, because I wouldn't want my elf for this, you know?
I'd really like for you all to survive this.
trust us.
Oh, come on, bro.
Not looking good.
Like, there's no tell for that. It's like, you just have to guess it
Defenses
so
are down.
much. I got lucky last time, pretty much. That's time to use Brigadier Slash. I had to do it.
She won't help you this time.
On guard. Her sword is dead.
I'm not angry. Just disappointed.
You're outmatched.
Tearing this family apart.
I've got this.
I think it's the best way to handle this, honestly.
Let's start.
Should be fighting by my side.
Oh my god,
Ready to
man.
strike.
Is she gone for like the rest of the game, or like what? Like, what is... Such a stupid attack, though.
A storm is coming.
Blocked it that time.
Let's carve a path. Here we go. Incoming.
I'm not gonna be able to take them down in times. That's the problem.
Feel the burn.
Maybe if I kill him in time, I don't know.
Ready to evade.
Let's carve a path.
Ready to evade.
Bro, he changes his attacks. Like, that's not even fair. Like, come on. Okay, now he's gonna heal himself. Yeah, I think you have to kill him for that after. That's literally the only way.
Here we go.
I freaking hate this guy, man. Oh, now the party's here. Okay, so that is such a bizarre way of doing it, but okay. Let's do this. Okay, so she finally has this skill. I'm gonna be using that. For you, you have 6. Definitely want that. You have 4. I can't really do much with 4. Hmm. I think the party we actually need is Ciel. She does a lot of damage. So maybe Verso, Ciel, and Lune. It's an idea. Let's try that.
Brace yourself.
Forced us into this battle.
You're outmatched. No time to lose.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
She won't help you this time. I'm not angry, just disappointed.
There we go.
You're outmatched. Here we go.
I'm ready.
Tearing this family apart.
Ready to strike.
Eyes up.
Should be fighting by my side.
Let us stain them.
Okay, those weren't the best, but whatever.
Feel the storm.
Let's cut the path. Here we go. Not impressed. Here we go.
Danger.
go. Good damage. He's broken. Perfect.
Careful now.
You have to kill him now, which is going to be difficult, but you have to try.
Here we go.
That was enough, okay.
Feel the burn. Danger!
There we go. He's almost dead.
My turn.
Yes, we got him. Oof, that was sweaty, man. I mean, we didn't actually get into the story, of course. We can't beat him. The hell just happened?
Everyone all right? Lurker?
No! No. How?
Knuckles. Broken.
Why can't you accept who you are?
Time freeze again, huh? It's literally her.
What is that? Will you tell me your name?
I mean, she's literally you. There's no doubt about that. I don't know what it means, but...
Where did it go? No, 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 no. Alicia.
Fuck!
You got nothing out of this. Oh, Lumiere. An entire boss battle, and we got nothing out of it.
Oh, Dory. Thank you, mon ami.
Care to explain? Your father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful, and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet. But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
Family's complicated.
No, yeah.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrels reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially.
How does that mean?
We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko.
Yeah, I think that's what it means to
The one
reincarnate.
you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The Paintress heart was in that manor, and now it's gone.
Oh, they
We
took
have
it.
no way to access the monolith.
Oh.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There is someone else who can help us.
And who's that? Oh. This guy? What's he gonna do?
Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier?
Really?
Do you need something from the Axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look,
How'd you figure that
to
out?
create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why? What are axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in Old Lumiere, so it's possible.
I don't know how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way.
We don't have a plan.
And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
All right, if we're going to fight the Axons, then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons. There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma.
We need to kill 2 of them?
One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out.
And you couldn't even kill
start
one.
with the one to the west of the monolith.
This is
It's
not
already
gonna
been
work.
weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
I
Thank
don't.
you.
Did you listen to what I just said?
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to the guy. Get some upgrades. Didn't I get one of these tents? Or am I just imagining things? I don't know. Okay. Oh, you have like none. Okay, let's fix that. I'm 33 now. Okay. So we can't level you up. No, we can actually. Free shots to your damage. Oh, it's like no, I don't need that. Why is everything about shooting with her? Like, come on. I like this healing skills one. Ice skills cost 1 less AP, increased ice damage. She does have a very good ice attack. It's tempting, actually. I'm gonna upgrade this. Upgrade you. It's about the same now. I don't know. I'll take the healing skill one for now, but I might change it later. And again, after base attack, 3% increased base damage. I think you're good for now. Getting AP plus this 1 AP to allies, students. Yeah, these aren't really useful. As for you, I don't really want that. Sun skills always apply 10 for top all damage taken is double. I'm not gonna use that. These aren't really any good. I'm not switching those weapons. It's not gonna happen. writes about old Romania and how the city was actually transported from the continent to the ocean. She hopes Gustav and Francis will read this journal someday.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? Not a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so,
Oh, damn.
yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me when he told me. She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side. Family is complicated, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given...
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me?
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
That's nice. So who can I talk to? Can I talk to you?
I'm mad.
About what?
Esky.
I'm stinking mad.
About what, though?
About... Noko.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
That was mean. I thought he cared. Renoir's not being Renoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too.
Spend time with them.
Enjoying the stars.
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Ooh, that constellation looks like Francois.
I guess it's very round, like Francois. It's not grumpy enough. He needs to look a bit more cranky.
Yeah, it's not grumpy enough. It needs to look a bit more cranky.
He's not grumpy. He's just sad. He misses Claire. Enfant used to be all wee, but now he's all.
I can't really imagine that, but okay.
We?
Yes. Wee! Back in the day, when there was nothing in the world except the four of us flying around on adventures.
Ah, I see. And, Woo? How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Can't tell.
Oh, are you now?
I too am. But I'm also wee! So the wee balances the.
Right, okay. You might say you're a bit wee wee. I like in a woo wee type situation. I don't even. Okay.
You might say you're a bit, wee woo. Yeah.
You really get me, Urso.
Apparently I do.
I'm a bit, wee woo myself. Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
That's unfortunate.
Hey, that one looks a little like Minoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
First, ask you feel their bond deepen after this meaningful interaction. That's nice. Wonder what the highest rank is. I'm actually curious about that. Spend more time looking at the stars, saying look like things actually do not look like. SK's nonsense inspires me, so. Oh, we got a gradient attack from that. That's very interesting. Can I look at that? Hold on. Okay, it's not gonna show up here. Okay.
I'm sorry, mon vieux. We'll bring Noko back.
I know.
I'm ready. Just say the word.
When the time is right. After we've settled this.
Should have to spend some time with them.
Polishing your collection of Nev legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Beautiful is a word that one could use. Yes, I do find the legs of our enemies to be beautiful.
Yes. I, too, find the legs of our enemies to be beautiful.
Yes. I knew you would appreciate them. You, sir, are a true connoisseur of elegant weaponry.
I don't know about that.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're in Nevron, and you see me charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren.
That actually doesn't sound intimidating at all.
Think of the intimidation.
I think it'd be more intimidating if you let it be dirty, because it just shows that it's a corpse, you know?
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. All for the smell of the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Right. Funny, it doesn't seem to work for you against, Stellax, does it?
Funny. Doesn't seem to work for you against Stalags, does it?
Stalacts are too stupid to realize they should be intimidated and confused.
Yeah, but just to change the fact that it doesn't work on them.
Right. Definitely not because you're afraid of them.
Pah! Me? I fear no Nevron. Least of all a Stalact.
Perfect. In that case, want to go intimidate some Stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes. Well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating.
You don't really seem up for it, bro. What's up?
But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
Okay, now I know you're lying, because I know how many you have. You have like 4 or 5 at most. You do not have 20.
I've missed you.
Unless you're holding out on me, which I hope you're not doing.
Alright then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
As they polish the Nevron legs, Monaco, shiverly bellows a war chant, and bullies Verso into singing along, sing together with great gusto. That's cool. When it comes over to shush them, but ends up doing the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally finish and head back with the others.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm ready.
When the time.
Okay. Suxio.
All these years and you've never defeated an Axon?
Apparently that's strong, which is
They're
interesting.
kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to 0?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mael's different. Story time?
Let me think.
I mean, you didn't share your story. Why would he share his now?
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually, so if you have to choose, be a topic. You can't just spit out stories in command.
I need a topic. I can't just spit out stories on command.
I gave you a topic. Dark and personal.
All right. Let me think.
Wanna share something really dark with you? I think she wants something personal, so let me try that.
Okay. I'm going to share something deeply personal with you.
Like, the dark part's more like, hey, your deepest secret, you know, so like literally something personal, so.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
It's about my hair.
Okay.
Your hair? That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
Please, do share.
I'm curious.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely white, like
Really?
an old man.
Huh. Wait, how's that personal? It's not even white anymore. Why does that bother you? I don't get it.
Luckily, the Gestrel village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Oh, so it's okay. So it's still technically white, but it's colored to black. Okay.
Lucky.
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Okay.
Purple could be fun.
So, your turn.
That was hardly dark or personal.
Yeah, that's not what I was expecting.
White hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
No, but like, you don't even have white hair anymore. Why does it bother you?
All you've revealed is that you're vain and that you're really bad at making appointments.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me to remember them by. Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she
Yikes.
herself won't live past 21. Her parents did the maths. They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life.
Just imagine that, bro. It's like, as soon as you're born, it's like, this is laid out for you. You're gonna have 12 years with your family, then they're gonna go die. And then you'll have 21 years to live yourself. Just imagine that. It's crazy to me.
These are the choices we get to make.
Like, this has to stop.
The earlier you have children, the more time you get to share with them, the more life they'll get to live.
And that's the mindset. Okay, well.
And every year you wait,
You're shortening your child's life.
precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students. One of my friends, Sophie, said it best. She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them.
I was thinking about that. I was like, if this is an issue, you would think most of them would be like, no, I don't want children. Like, I don't want to put them through, like, so much pain, you know? So, they do consider that. Okay. I mean, it's kind of depressing, but if you think about it, that's like, it makes the most sense.
See? Dark and personal.
Bro, she's way better than you. That was dark and personal.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Oh, yeah.
Come back with a better story next time.
Yeah, not about your freaking hair, bro. The Versa story was rather lacking. Ciel appreciates Versa slightly more than before. Okay. I mean, I picked personal for that reason. He chose to talk about his freaking hair. I was not expecting that. Ciel and Versa spent a bit too long teasing each other before going back to the others.
Ready for the axons? Of course you are.
Let's put on Maya. Yes. Let's approach Maya, who's alone with the lake.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. Yeah. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their garage.
Oh, Nancy, thanks for following. Appreciate that. Driving must have caused quite a bit of concern, you know. Must have sucked for both you and them. Oh, yeah, definitely.
That must have sucked. For both you and them.
Yeah, it did.
How's your night going? Pretty fine so far.
Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
I'm from Canada. That's not piano. Wait, so we played piano? That's cool.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
No, I don't think he counts.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me.
That's my favorite game right now. Let's say Marvel Rivals. Like, I'm obsessed with that game.
But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird.
What's something you liked about Lumiere? What you do in Lumiere?
What's something you liked about Lumiere?
Wandering around the buildings. Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses.
Nancy, if you have an offer for me, you can drop it in my Discord or my Instagram. It's in my socials.
But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe our ciel.
My aunt starts to open up to Verso. She feels more comfortable with him now. As was Verso and Maya. Nancy is pretty cool, but if you want to, you know, drop your username for your Insta or Discord, you should do that by dropping it in my Discord or Instagram, okay? Not on stream. Now, Universal spend some time reminiscing of the best. Then back to the others. It's like the Lune, who's kinda upset with us.
Lune. Okay. We'll, talk later then.
You say that, but then the game's like, You want to spend time with Lune, who just brushed you off? Yes, because I'm a freaking masochist. Apparently. Please, Lune stands by the fire, deep in thought, researchers to get our attention. Okay, we're just gonna stare in silence. Okay. Alright then. Do you like dogs, bro? It's so awkward. Oh, I love it. Okay.
Do you like cats?
What?
The caught her off guard.
Do you like cats?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
You've got no right to talk. You were staring at him in silence.
I just have this feeling you're a cat person.
Well, you're wrong. I did have a dog named Pat, though.
Damn it. You named your dog Paw. It's like my parents named me Foot. Oh.
You named your dog Paw? That's like if my parents named me Foot.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist. And fiery. She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Be close?
Were you close?
When we were younger, I guess.
Nancy,
But
I've
my brother and
already
sister
told
had their
you
own
this
lives.
before. If you
Didn't
haven't
care about my
offered,
parents'
you
research.
put it on my Discord or my Instagram. You do not share it on stream. I'm not gonna say it again.
Doesn't seem fair.
No. I'm glad they got to live. Sol was a great older brother. That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
Oh, that's cool.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
I think everyone here knew Gustav, so...
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
What? That's your line? Really? Come on now.
It is, isn't it? Alright, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got all night.
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Okay, I'm sorry. I know we started this conversation with, do you like cats? But how did we get to this point? Do you like monkeys? That's the first thing you come up with, really?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, come on now. We're simply gonna enjoy a moment together. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like, even though she doesn't say much, I'm pretty sure this, I don't know what to call these conversations, but like, these like, relationship events are actually like my favorite. Like, Lune and Verso. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. Sure, we'll do it later. Luna is in such a good mood that she forgets to ask first other important questions. Which Verso takes note of. Have a bit more fun together before heading back to camp. Escapability unlocked, okay. Swim through coral reefs. Interesting. Expedition escape. As you cannot take to the continent from any expedition flag. That's interesting. Okay, so where are we going? Hold on. Let me look at everyone's level. I think I should probably put in Mael again. Oh shoot. Okay. Let's keep this for now. So we're going over there, okay. can't quite get over that. Just smash it into it. Love it.
So this is Visage Island.
He who guards truth with lies.
Are those faces?
An infinite sea of them.
Just creepier though. Also, I'm just gonna look at your skills. Okay, no, you're good for now.
Oh, lovely.
It reminds me, I did give you some Lumina points. Sure, you can't actually get anything yet though. Gonna have to wait. Very versatile. We don't need that. Okay. Just wait it out.
Here's the island singing.
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
Bro, this entire place creeps me out. Join the club. Is that a merchant? I can't tell if that's a merchant or an enemy. I think that's an enemy. The faces are moving. Okay. Is that an axon?
What's it doing?
Or... oh, it's pointing the way. Oh.
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
To fight, probably.
It seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Nevrons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
Just happened. Nevron?
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Really?
If you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touche. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
I mean, I want to take the other paths first. I mean, that's what we always do, right? Go back to the continent. That's actually very interesting to me. I I'm gonna try that. I want to see what happens. 18. Okay. Oh, it just brings you here. Okay, never mind. Try going here first. That's death. What the hell just happened? What was that sudden, like, freaking bomb? What the hell was that? Okay, something's happening here. What the hell just... Do I go in here? I don't... Is it gonna keep changing, or how does this... Can we look at it again? No, it's just the same, right? No, the contents are different. What does this mean? I don't know what this means yet. Whoa, how did these guys get here? Yeah, berserk, I don't know what that means.
Our defenses are down.
My turn. Here we go.
Oh, they're resistant to that like that. Circus aspect that increases the character's damage every turn. What? It can be accumulated up to 12 times, with each stack increasing damage by 5%. I don't think that at all.
Take cover! Danger!
Let's carve a path.
No freaking AP.
You don't get to die yet.
So what was the point of that? Why'd they spawn enemies here? Wait, so everything's different now. It's just... like, we're not in the same place anymore. This is gonna be confusing, like, incredibly confusing. I can already tell.
They seem so joyful. I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
He who guards truth with lies.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah! Let's carve a path. No time to lose.
Chrome is flowing.
What does this guy do? I have no idea. I missed both of those. It's amazing.
Get ready.
Oh, damn, get inverted.
Careful, Verso.
My sword is death.
Here we go.
Let us slay. Feel the burn.
Oh well.
On me.
It's not. That's where we have to go. We'll go over here first. Even the enemy.
Their defenses are down.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Careful, man. Take cover.
You're outmatched. Here we go.
Do I just sit back then? Like, what do I...
flowing. Everybody, let's go!
Lune, watch out!
I almost missed that opportunity there. This shit doesn't. She's level 28 now, huh? Auto rush, we learned that now, but pretty sure I can't afford that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Take that, by the way, it's also fine.
'69th Expedition. Fleur. Good thing Anthony upgraded all the climbing handholds. Not only are they much easier to install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow. Then we can finally get out of these caverns and see the sun again. I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run. It may not be glamorous, but truly essential work rarely is. Doesn't make it any less important. And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Yeah. We have to go that way now. Or this way? Hold on. What's over here? Oh, who's this guy? What's he doing there? Oh, this crap again. Ah, I don't have the shield breaking skill. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Their defenses are down.
A storm is coming.
Oh my god. What the hell was that?
Let's carve a path.
I'm doing no damage to him.
Take cover!
What am I supposed to do against this guy? I don't really get it.
A brilliant light.
Let's finish this. Here we go.
I'm doing nothing to him. I don't.
Let the ink flow.
Am I missing something? I don't understand. It's not like I can dodge that. It's not gonna happen.
Here we go. Just try it.
Maybe I have to parry his attacks. Like maybe you can only damage him using parries. How crazy would that be? I have to try it. I'm curious now. I have to know. Is that how you beat him? I have to know. Oh, I should have done the shield breaker skill, bro. Okay, I'll do that next round. We're probably gonna lose. Just like that.
Yeah.
Ready to strike. No time to lose.
Let us stain them. Danger!
Okay, parry. I can't tell because you shielded, but I think that's what you're supposed to do. That's my guess.
Oh well.
I can't parry that though, it's not even possible. Or maybe it is, I'm just not seeing it.
A brilliant light.
I'm gonna use it for just rebirth at this point. I think that's a good idea.
Got this.
Parry. No, I didn't do anything. How are you supposed to beat this guy? I don't understand.
Finesse and grace. Their defenses are down.
Danger!
You can't dodge that. It's like, I refuse to believe that's dodgeable. Maybe I have to break him? I don't know.
Brilliant light. Here.
I have no AP. I actually almost dodged that. That's actually.
Let's spill some ink.
I think that is dodgeable. You just have to kind of guess. Oh, you're silenced. Oh shit. Okay. Just do that.
Let's keep going.
Here we go.
Okay. Parry that. He's almost broken now.
Let me flow.
Let's carve a path. Careful now.
I can't dodge that third one. It's almost broken.
Foam is flowing. A brilliant light.
Merci. Let's go dodge.
that. Oh, we have a gratitude charge. We should probably use that. I'm gonna wait until it's Gustav's turn and then use it.
I've lived through worse.
Okay, let's try it. Striker can break. Okay. Let's try that. Oh, he's broken now. So now what? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So he's still using it if it's not full. That's good to know. Let's try this. It's gonna do a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. I think this has to be play. This has to be play. Like, I can't see anything else. Like, this has to be play. And he's mayhem. Okay. Good damage. Now use this. Okay, that wasn't enough for one. This should do it. Okay, we did it. I don't know how we just did that, but we did. We also got an outfit for Verso, I think? I'm not sure. I'm surprised we actually beat him there. Like, we were doing no damage to him, so it was like, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put you in the party. No, we'll keep this for now. We'll switch in Monaco later.
Useful.
You have to go that way. I think this is, where does this go? Is this a different path, or? No, I think it's the same path. I recognize this area. Who's up here? That guy looks like a freaking boss, so yeah, let's be careful here.
Let's carve a path.
Chroma's flowing. Feel the burn.
Fires to this. That is good to know.
Careful, Rosa.
Incoming.
I could probably parry all of that, I just need to focus. Wasn't expecting that.
Now was our chance.
Now it sounds like that prevents the catch from dodging, we'll have to parry, okay. That's gonna be tough.
Feel the burn.
Let's carve a path.
That was pretty good. still bound. That's unfortunate.
Feel the burn! Look out!
Couldn't parry the first one though. That one's hard.
Bring it on.
What the what?
I think I'll improvise.
I was not expecting that.
Feel the storm.
I know you're resistant, but it does slow you down.
Not today. Lady Luck smile today.
You're broken.
A storm is coming.
What do you have? Fire damage to all enemies and moves on these shields. Okay, that's interesting. He's man. Good damage there.
Ready to strike. Here we go.
Still wasn't enough.
Well, well.
What do you have? High dark damage. Okay, that's too bad. Didn't even get to see all of it, man. Come on. Ooh, free torso. Let's look at this baby here. Switch to rank S on break. Base attack can break. 100% critical chance in rank S. But you have to be rank S to actually do anything though. Like, don't get me wrong, it sounds cool, but it's like... Switch to rank S on break. Like, you know how difficult it is to break enemies? It is super freaking hard. Like, it's... I'll try it, I guess. I'll try it, but I don't think it's gonna be very useful. So Monaco's already getting freaking... Okay. I think they do get EXP. It's like they get little EXP if they're like not in the party. If they're in the party, they get more EXP. I think that's how that works. I'm assuming. I don't know. I missed my brain.
Here we go.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
Oh my god.
Take your shots.
Bring it on.
Feel the burn!
The first one takes so freaking long, bro. Well, there's a giant one over there. Okay.
Here we go.
Everybody, let's go!
Get ready.
Eyes up, Verso. I'll do it.
It's a pretty awkward fight, you guys.
Feel the burn.
Blue Neck, careful.
Oh, I was gonna block that, but it's too late.
Here we go.
Feel the burn.
Don't think I can do anything right now, so we'll just skip.
Just try it.
Get in there. Oh my god, I just freaking deleted him. I think I need Verso's like my main damage dealer. I don't think I can win a battle without him. I could, but it's very difficult.
Good stuff.
30% increased damage but can't be healed. Yeah, no. Let's not. It's a freaking giant ass mouth over there. It's making me nervous. The mask, it seems connected to his axon. It speaks. He who painted this world, seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share with those he loves. Behind his smile, what could it be? I was not listening. Sadness? Nothing happens. Okay, no. Do I? Something happened. Okay. That's so creepy. Oh god. What are you healing? Didn't even take any damage.
Oh well. Not impressed. Ready to strike.
You can't be healed. It's unfortunate.
A storm is coming.
You dodged it. Oh my god.
Take your shot.
What the hell am I supposed to do about this? I don't...
Well.
Oh, it only heals that. What the... Can I shoot you? No, I can't. Okay. I have to take the other guy down though.
Let's speed things up.
I'm not gonna hit you anyway, just wasting your time.
Oh well.
I was gonna jump, bro. Come on.
Careful now.
Let's push forward. A brilliant night.
Reborn once more.
Brace yourselves.
Doing in.
Dodge all of it. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
Oh well.
I'm not really gonna do anything. Okay. What the hell does that do? What?
Not impressed.
There's a random cell.
Try me.
Bro, I can't tell where it's going. It's so freaking difficult.
Brace yourselves.
Oh my god.
Doing in. Don't worry. I'm here.
Why is the first one so freaking difficult, man? Like, that pisses
Danger.
me off. Oh, thank god.
Take your shot.
game, it's... It is so... Like, you can't even tell. It's freaking impossible. There we go.
Watch out!
Oh, come on, bro. I dodged that. That is, like, way too ridiculous.
Let's pay.
All of you are... I can't even do anything because you're all freaking silenced.
Here we go. Luna, careful.
You've gotta be kidding me, bro. Why are you making it so difficult?
Incoming.
I'm ready. Take your shot.
When do you want me to dodge,
to
bro?
evade.
Like, what is this?
Chroma is flowing.
I can't do anything again. I just have to kind of sit here and take it, I guess. I'm gonna shoot you a couple times. If you think it's through.
Watch out.
Oh, thank God. Finally got it. He's gonna heal him a bit, that's fine. I'll take it. There we go.
Ready to strike.
Deck.
I freaking hate enemies like that. It's like, it's not even fair. I'll just shoot you a couple times.
Dodge, Ciel. Brace yourself.
Okay. Maybe full HP again. Okay. He's almost broken though. It's fine. You're still silent. I can't like do anything. So.
Get ready.
There we go.
Would have lived.
I mean, that's the only way I can make him take damage now, because he literally can't do anything. Does the silence last forever, or what? Like, it's like, what am I supposed to do, you know? This will be alright.
Careful, Verso.
It's locking you.
Full health again, okay. I mean, I can focus on you, but like, I can't really do anything, you know, it's just...
Here we go.
Just gonna be Verso doing damage, I guess.
Careful now.
Okay, her silence is off now. Okay. Took a freaking second.
Everybody, let's go!
Just gotta regen now. It's gonna take a million years, bro, I swear to you.
Eyes up, Lasso.
Of course they go for Verso. He's literally almost dead. Of course gonna go for him.
I'm waiting. Let's keep going. Feel the burn. Let's gamble. Let's speed things up.
Bro, this healing is freaking stupid, bro. Like, you have to do so much damage.
Let the ink flow.
I'm just not getting that. I wonder how long this battle is now at this point.
No more tricks. A brilliant light.
You don't get to die yet.
God. That was a lot. Broken. Of course you're gonna heal him again.
Here we go. Oh well.
There we go. And you're done. freaking century, bro. I swear. My guess is you have to deal with all these masks all at once if you choose to go for like the Zion right away. So if you do it this way, you're taking them down one at a time, which is a lot more manageable. Look at how many pictos we have, bro. This is ridiculous. What does this do? 30% increased break damage per earth stain. I don't really use earth. Gain 9 AP on breaking an enemy. Determine 1 earth stain at the beginning of the turn. No, I'm never using this, like, ever. It does so much damage, though. Wait, why do I have this equipped? What? I should have this equipped. That was weird. Recognizing death, healing tint energy. Take that. Definitely need breaker. I think everyone else is fine. Automatic counter, now you can get that. That is good. I think we'll wait on you. Not physical damage to all enemies. I'm thinking I might switch you in. Let's try that. Damn, we have 9 points. Oh my god. Okay. 19. Do that. So you have 4. We want to get this as soon as possible. High ice damage all enemies, heals allies. Pretty freaking useful. I should actually learn this. It's way better than Emulation. We only have 3, so I'm next one. Nothing I can really do really yet. No single target physical damage. Oh, I want to get all set. Yeah, I gotta work on that. You have 8. I gotta do something with you. I don't know. High single target physical damage. Is that better than Assault Strike, or is that 0? I think it is. This actually seems interesting to me. It gives AP back. The thing is, he doesn't really need AP. He does a lot even with low AP, so I'm not gonna get that yet. You have 7 points. I gotta do something with you. Let's try this. I'll actually take away guard then.
Did you hear that?
That was the Axon.
Destroying these masks seems to hurt him.
Then let's keep doing that.
That makes sense. No, is this the right way? I think this is the right way, right? I have to go this way. Well, duly, I'm really not sure what the right way is. Lovely to meet you. Bravo and surviving out here. Okay. We get healing. Receive 50% of all heals affecting other characters. That's interesting. I'm gonna fight you. Lucio. And that's it?
Ready?
Okay.
Let's speed things up. I'm waiting. Take your shot. Here we go. Try me.
Oh, you're so freaking slow. Always throws me off.
I'm waiting. Try me.
I block that.
Here we go.
I just don't get it when it comes to this, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would you make them so slow when the rest of the characters are so fast? Why would you do this? It's like you're trying to dumb my reaction time, is what you're trying to do.
Not today. Tune me in. No tricks. Take your Not today.
Broken.
Time to strike.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. We have Sedan. On turn start, gain 1 shield if at least 1 sun charge is active. Apply 5 photon enemies that break shields. That actually sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. So it was just like any other. Some humans even decided to come and build this life here. Then the Trummers came. The landscape changed and the humans were nowhere to be found. I hope we meet again. It's a tad lonely around here. I hope you do too as well, man. I hope you do. 467 damage as well, that's pretty good. But I don't know what the right way is. Is this the wrong way? There's no way to really know. Okay, I think that's the right way. I'm gonna go back. It's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure that's the right way. Pretty sure. Oh, what's over here? Oh, here we go. Okay. I was gonna miss this. Oh, we can drop down, okay. There's fire everywhere.
Oh, lovely.
Just gonna close again? Yep, okay. There we go. So now we go back. And everything's different. Okay.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction. But this doesn't feel right.
It's rage.
A storm is coming.
We got Almighty. Interesting. Single. Oh, so just more damage. Wow, that's crazy.
Your turn to dance. Ready to strike.
God damn.
Let the ink flow.
That was a lot of damage. It's not gonna save you, bud. Okay, new skill now. What does this do? Apply shell for 1 to 3 hours for 3 turns, heavy mass itself as 1 shield. That's pretty cool, actually. Something over here. What's that fire start all of a sudden? What the? What is happening, bro? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Where'd he go? I don't know where he is. Why can't I hit the... Okay.
I'll do it. Brace yourselves.
Sweet taste of battle.
God damn.
Bring it on.
There we go.
Ready to strike. Phantom style.
Oh, damn it. Missed a bunch there. Okay. Yeah, of course he dodges everything.
Flowing's flowing.
What else is it here? There we go. Okay, so we got... let's look at this. Chapelier Slash. High physical damage to all enemies. Single target physical damage. It's the same thing as this then. This one requires the heavy mask instead. Critical hits do double damage. No, this one's actually better then. Okay, I'm not gonna use it then. So that's what we gotta fight. It's over here.
Let's carve a path.
turn to dust.
It takes a century.
Oh well. Let's carve a path.
It likes you.
Damage that. Okay, I was not paying attention. Alright, nice.
Danger! Ready to evade. Watch out, Manoko.
Nice.
I'll do it.
That was candy your power.
I wanna dance.
There we go.
Interesting.
Revive team, nice. Maya is falling a bit behind. We gotta be here. Okay. Oh, it's one of these things again. Okay.
An advantage.
Sword it down.
You're outmatched.
Let the ink flow.
Luna, careful.
I'm ready.
dodged that.
Chroma is flowing. Let's keep going.
Let's carve a path.
Let the ink flow. Chroma is flowing.
Broken.
Let's carve a path.
Danger!
There we go.
Let's carve a path.
He's winning. Broken again. And this should do it. Easy enough. What else do we have here? Don't think we have anything else here. We would just go for it. Hold on, what's this? There's an enemy over here.
Let's carve a path.
Ah, this is the
Storm
last
is
one.
coming.
Lune, watch out!
I just have to guess at that point. That was too early.
Let the ink flow.
Please, Mike!
There we go. Sit down. What do we get from that?
Great.
That's cool. And what's over here? Bunch of dead bodies, clearly. Oh my god, how big is this place? Oh, is this like the mansion door? Hold on. I have to open this. Yep, okay, let's go. We got a piano here as well. What do you got from this?
Nice.
A music record, okay. What is this doing here?
Art can be a window, and art can be a mirror. And great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
That's interesting. Okay. A journal from someone anonymous. Well, you got my interest. That's all we got from that, okay. Let's get out of here. I like that they don't comment about this as well. That's the funny part to me. But yeah, no, everything's normal here. Nothing weird about this. We are hiding.
Let's spill some ink. Blades cut through the flames.
Let's carve a path.
Everybody, let's go!
Incoming.
Careful, Maya.
You're done.
So dodge.
Watch out. Incoming. You're outmatched.
Oh, Dodge Nate, thanks for following. Appreciate that. What am I gonna do if I hit 50 followers? No idea. I'll get to that when I get to that. I'm not really thinking that far ahead. There you go. doing like a giveaway for hitting it? Nope, not really. I mean, at least I'm not thinking about that right now.
Nice.
I'm planning to burn stack by second, and that's kind of a waste. Wait, didn't I fight these guys already? Am I imagining that? Hold on, let me go over here. I fought these guys already. How are they backward? Oh, it's because I went to the mansion, that's probably why. Okay, let's see how this goes. Well, actually, I'm thinking that what I could do... She doesn't really need this ability. Like, I feel like rather than this, it would be better for her to have breaking rules. Like, that is so useful to have. Let's take you over, let's bring in CL. That's this way, right? Okay. The mask seems connected as to the axon. It speaks. He who cannot fight fate. Behind his scowl, emotions blaze. When the shadows, his temper fades. When am I but a mask of anger? Nothing happens. Damn, what's up with this music?
I'm waiting.
Damn it.
Let's speed things up. Take your shot.
Oh, what? Okay, that's annoying.
I've seen you. Take your shot.
Nope.
Let us
stain.
Broken. Got S rank for that. That's actually pretty lucky.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Let the ink flow.
Okay, you're pretty much done now. Just do that.
This ends.
There we go. Got a weapon from that as well. Okay, so that's done. Now what weapon did we get? Something for Mael. Let's see. 570 damage. Critical hits with skills give 2 AP once per turn. 20% increased lightning damage with skills. Okay. I actually kind of like that. The Gradient Charge is also pretty nice. The thing is, the defensive stance, like, I'm not in that stance very often, so it's kind of pointless. We'll take this. Critical hits, 2 AP. I mean, that sounds pretty good. On every damage dealt, try to consume 1 AP. Successful increased damage with 20%. So you basically consume more AP but do more damage. AP is pretty hard to come by. I don't know if I want to do that. It seems a bit risky. I do kind of like this though. Healing share. Take this away.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him. I think I saw one more pass.
That's good. We're weakening him.
This feels off.
What do you mean? You're doing something good, right? What are you talking about? Okay. Let's put this to 13. It's a bit early to... Okay, hold on. I gotta wait too, I think. I have 5 points. I can get this now. Yeah, I'm not gonna use it, but get it for now. So you said you saw one more path? This one? Do we do this path here? Let me see. No, we've done this path already. Okay. What about this one? Well, that's his death. I mean, she said one more pass, so there's gotta be something around here. It's going back to where we came? Or... yeah, okay. Which path is she talking about? Hold on. What's up here? We take this path? Yeah, we took this path already. I don't know what other path she sees besides the main path. Which is this one, or that's gotta be the main path. Unless there's another path, like, on the way, maybe? I don't know. Like, I don't see anything else. Okay. I don't see any other paths. I'm assuming we just go in, right? There's no other path. Oh, this thing again.
Ready to strike. No time to lose.
Let the ink flow. It's locked on you.
Nope.
It's locked on you.
AP.
Take cover.
I missed all of those, really?
Let's go.
That pisses me off. Okay, we got S-ring.
Let the ink flow.
Let's use mayhem. Not quite enough. There we go. What do we got here? There's a candle here.
I know they're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
A noble but tremendously fatal impulse.
They gotta realize, hey, might feel bad for them, but they're attacking us, not the other way around.
I see you. Attention.
Careful now.
Let us stay.
You're
Take your
done.
shot. A storm is coming. Take cover.
Go.
Eyes up, person.
There we go. Why though? You're already dead. What was the point of that? You know, they're not even attacking. I'm not even gonna bother fighting. They're not even attacking me.
Useful.
Is this the right way? I don't know what the right way is. I'm gonna go the wrong way first. Okay, that's the right way. Okay, you're gonna fight me. Yep, okay. You're a boss. What the hell was that?
Danger.
I'll be honest, I thought I could probably like Radiant that. What? He just attacks again? What the? What is this? Oh yeah, just keep going, bro. Why not?
Ready to evade.
Did they actually expect you to dodge all of this? Or maybe you're supposed to just dodge at that attack, and that's what it is. Or maybe you're supposed to block that attack, and that's what that is. I'm gonna try this. Okay, hold on. Maybe you're supposed to block the mortal hit. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Let me try that. Wait, what's over here? No, nothing. Okay.
Brace yourselves. Take cover.
I blocked that. Screw you. just keeps going.
I'll do it.
There we go. He's gonna keep going. Seems to weaken it. Okay, so that's what you're supposed to do.
Luna, careful.
I mean, that attack is ridiculous, though. Bro, it's so hard to tell because he's like enveloped in this like purple freaking circle-looking thing. I can't tell what he's attacking. It's so difficult. And I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it pisses me off regardless. So you literally can only beat him with counterattacks. That's what you're telling me. Oh my gosh.
Eyes up, Verso.
Watch out.
There we go.
Ready to evade.
You are such a piece of crap for doing that.
Incoming.
There we go. He's almost stunned.
Careful, Verso.
Look at him, he just keeps going.
Brace yourselves.
I'm thinking just having a couple of tanks is like the best way to take him out. Broken.
Storm's coming.
Okay, I mean, he's not gonna be broken for long though. I don't. Do I go for a rebirth? I guess. I don't know what else to do, to be honest.
Brilliant light.
The guy could actually damage his army down, so it's like.
Born once more.
Taking nothing then. Okay.
Let's carve a path.
It's not stunned anymore.
Eyes up, Verso.
Look at this crap, bro. Like, what the... And he's gonna do it again, of course.
I'll do it. I'm ready.
Gonna get stunned from that. That'd be kidding me.
marching forever.
Slow now. I don't think it's gonna help much, but hey, whatever.
Let the ink flow. Shiny.
Renee, attention.
Oh, god damn it. Yes, I'm gonna actually try here.
Oh, really? Your turn to shine.
She's taking so much damage. I thought he was supposed to be the tank. He can take no damage. Where's up with this?
Let's dance.
I parry that. Why would they make it this difficult, bro? It's like you do nothing to him. Okay, so who has the most HP? Like that's gonna be the party, pretty much. Okay, 1,300. Lune has the most HP, but he's not really tanky. CL is definitely like tanky. Okay, so we'll do this. Hold on. Defense is 163, 78, 269. We only have 916. Okay, so we'll do these three. I think that's the best shot we have, honestly.
On me.
Not impressed.
Why 3 attacks in a row? Like, come on.
On me.
early, too late, I just can't even hit it, bro. I'll just keep spamming. I literally don't know what you want me to do. He hits you like freaking 15 times, like...
Here we go again.
I won't disappoint. Shields up! On me!
Try me. Not today. I'm waiting. Let's play. Not your number yet.
I'm better.
Just try it.
Let's dance.
My
Get ready. Careful now. Oh well.
This is just driving me nuts, man. It's like... It's already hard enough to land the freaking dodges and parries, and you're making it even harder by forcing perfection, pretty much. Like, you have to be perfect to actually win this. There's no other way. Oh, come on, I didn't even switch my team, bro.
I'm ready.
Just try it.
Just kill me already. Literally, you can't make a single mistake, otherwise you're just pretty much done. I'm wondering if they actually expect you to parry all those attacks. If they do, they're literally crazy. It's not possible. I'm sorry. I'm not parrying all of that. I can only parry like the mortal hits, which is, even then, it's like super slow. If you even mistime it like slightly, you're just pretty much done.
Ready to parry. Parry!
Bro, it's so freaking restricted. I can't do this, bro. Like, what is this? They're happy I parried all that. What was the point? There's only one attack you can parry, and you have to wait for him to do it. Seems to weaken it, not enough, apparently, so.
Bring it on.
It takes a freaking century, bro. Like, I'm not waiting that long.
Oh well.
He does so much damage by just one freaking swing, bro. Like, what the... What is this garbage? Who created this monster?
Dodge!
Maya.
not leaving you behind.
This will happen.
Shields up! On me! Let's dance!
Incoming!
He's broken again. What the hell? Maybe it's because of all the damage I took? I'm not sure.
Your fate is sealed.
Let's cut the path. I've got this. Watch out.
Shiny. Eyes up, Lasso. Careful now.
Okay, you're broken again.
You can't escape. Blades sharp.
Oh my god, my hands are sweating, bro. I don't know how I just did that. Reach level 33. Oh my god. Whoever made that enemy, I hate you with every fiber in my being. I want you to know that. She was increased attack damage, okay. I definitely want this stuff, yeah. definitely one longer shell. Healing counter is actually better though. Just healing from counters, it's very nice.
An advantage.
Oh my god, that was stressful. What do we have over here? I'm gonna check everything first. You gonna fight? You're not gonna fight me, okay. Or not. I can't, I have to fight you guys, alright.
I'm ready. Let's cut through the flames.
Everyone looks so slow and now it's just messed everything up. I knew this was gonna happen.
Everybody, let's go.
The other guy was way faster, so now it's everyone feels so freaking slow now.
I've seen you.
Literally, you don't even have the time to freaking spot that. You have to guess when it's gonna land. Did nothing. Are you serious?
It's locked on you. The storm is coming.
Well, that will help.
Energy tent, nice. Don't think there's anything else here that you guys are blocking something. I don't believe you are. Let me check. What is up here? So you were blocking something.
Expedition 39. Albert. Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. fucking creepy. I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they don't really want to kill us. They still do, though. This place is making me crazy. Maybe if I wore one of these masks, they'd leave me alone.
I don't think that's how that works. Okay, I don't know how tough this guy's gonna be. Hold on. Let me heal the party. Lune, CL, and Mayo. Might need versus damage. I want to try this team first, because we don't know what we're up against. He speaks. He who lives in between, behind his veil, motions swell. For a life forced to paint, what is he but a reflection of sadness? Something happens. Oh, stop crying, please. Oh, this guy got it. Oh, you're gonna be annoying.
Watch out!
This angle is really fucking with me right now, and I hate it. I literally hate it.
No more tricks. Not today.
Okay. Stop freaking crying, please. Ah, you're silenced. Okay, wonderful. So you literally can't do anything besides shoot. Might as well. Nothing else we can do anyway.
Mael. Take cover.
That was too early. Interesting. Yeah, my reaction time's like now a lot faster. Now it's messing me up.
Chroma's flowing.
Oh, now I have no AP. Oh, that's freaking wonderful, isn't it? Oh, you can't even get AP. Oh, that is... wow, okay. Just keep shooting and that's how I'm gonna play it. At least he's being stupid and targeting the same person.
Let's dance.
Mael.
hits you 3 times with that. Like, how stupid is that?
A storm is coming.
Let's spill some ink.
We should not have any freaking ailments now.
I'm ready.
When am I supposed to dodge that? Seriously.
Ready to evade. I'll do it.
This will hurt. Finesse and precision.
There we go. I think that's for a guy. I already forgot his name. Oh, stop crying. I'm begging you. Seriously. Well, that should be all the masks. Yeah, for Monaco. Or Monaco. Start battle in Agile Mask. Agile Mask plus rush for 3 turns. How many Agile attacks do you have? You have 1. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I think we should keep this. Like, parries increase the bishop skill wheel by 1. I think that's, we should keep that, you know? We're talking about upgrading skills, like, I don't know what that's about. I'm very curious. Let's do dodge. Damn, you have 6 points? Wow. You have 5. This one's really tempting. Like, they take fire damage every turn. It's very high for us. Like, I'm tempted to get this actually. Like, this also sounds good, but like, we already have Tsunami, so I don't know. Gosh, she's gonna do so much damage by the end of this. Break damage to all enemies every turn, oh my god. She's freaking terrifying, bro. What is this? I want to get all of these. Give me everything. Okay, I gotta get 6 points for you. You have 6. Can't do much with that right now. You have 4. 2 soul card damage. This might actually be good because it puts her in the defensive stance. I'm actually gonna try this. Hold on. We'll take this away for now. I think I'm gonna call it a day for now, though. It's pretty late, so. Alright, guys. Peace out and good night.